Monday, July 13th, 2020 meeting of the Durham County Board of Commissioners. The time is now 7:03. I will share the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until that individual regains personal control. Should decorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. As a courtesy to others, please mute cell phones during the meeting unless you're speaking. And I will start with the Pledge of Allegiance, but I would love to have people unmute their phones and to join in together. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We now have agenda adjustments. Are there any adjustments to our agenda this evening? Hearing none, we'll move on to our announcements. Nonprofit mass distribution. Durham County government is asking any interested nonprofit based in and serving the Durham community to complete a short form online to request reusable cloth face masks. Masks are to be used primarily for nonprofit staff and volunteers. Once mask requests are received and reviewed, county staff will contact nonprofit representatives with further instructions on scheduling a pickup appointment. Contactless drive-through mass distribution events will take place at the Convention Center on select dates through July. Masks will be available while supplies last, and you can submit an entrance form at www.dconc.gov/nonprofitmasks. And I just want to applaud our awesome EOC staff who have already distributed, from my understanding, more than 40,000 masks to the community, and we've got 60,000 more available. So this is just a great opportunity for nonprofits and nonprofits who want to help get these out to our most vulnerable, needy residents. It's just fantastic. So I hope people will take advantage of this. I voted sticker contest. Round 1 of voting for the second I Voted sticker contest is now open for Durham County residents. Voting will end on Wednesday, July 15th at 5 p.m. And to review the 27 submissions and to vote, please visit www.dco.gov, and you can find that. It's also on our social media. I voted. There's just terrific entries. It's really, really hard to vote. And last but not least, pledge to complete 2020 census. Now's your chance to inspire others. And please go to www.2020census.gov to complete your census today. And Deborah, do you have any kind of update for us on where we're at for Durham County in relation to that?
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Chair Jacobs, and good evening to everyone, to the members of the board and our community. We are now at 56.7 on our way to our goal of 82%. North Carolina is at 58.2. The national average currently is 62.0. And I will mention that our neighbors to the east and the west, Orange County has 68.1% return, and Wake County has 67.4. So we are continuing to work. We are continuing to see results from the census parade that we had a couple of weeks ago in certain neighborhoods. We've seen those numbers go up slightly, and we will continue our efforts. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Deborah. And I know you've been working so hard, and the whole team. And the parade was really a great way to get out into a lot of the communities that we know are often unrepresentative, and it was a really creative way to do that. So thank you. We'll keep working at it, and
Absolutely.
I know we'll get better. Any other announcements from board members? One other announcement that I just wanted to share is I just wanted to let folks know to please listen in on our recovery and renewal roundtable meetings that take place every Friday morning from 8 to 10. It's a great way to hear a lot of work that's happening in the community around our response to COVID-19, and just to also let people know to check out a new website called Let's Get Back on the Bowl that's just really getting launched in the coming week to a great campaign that's really been led by, thanks to McKinney, and also Duke Center for Advanced Hindsight, and others who have partnered to roll out a whole related to how we can support our community and our businesses and everybody having safe practices, with some great posters and marketing tools, and also a new website called Let's Cover Durham, which is a marketplace for businesses and other entities to be able to get locally sourced face masks and other PPEs. If you go to that website, you will see a lot of minority-owned businesses, Latinx, women-owned, Black-owned businesses that are, making their own face masks and selling them. So I encourage everybody to take a look at that. We have our minutes from May 26, 2020, and what is the pleasure of the board on this item?
Move approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Carter, and we will take a voice vote, starting with Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so minutes are unanimously approved. Okay, we have citizen comments, and I'm going to turn this over to you. Monica, if you, since we're doing these through mail, if you could do us the honor of please reading citizen comments. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you. This is Monica, County Clerk. And I'm going to begin. We did not have very many that were submitted. A few of them were duplicates, so I did compile them all by name. And any additionals that we did receive after the deadline were notified the citizens that the board would be forwarded those comments as well. First comment is from Katie Moore. I'm a lifelong resident of Durham County, and I am emailing to ask the Commission in its next meeting to join the City and School Board in approving the Durham Community-Led Safety and Wellness Task Force and its bylaws. Police brutality exists in Durham, and it is long overdue for real community-led solutions to this issue. I'm also urging you to keep any law enforcement officials or members of the Sheriff's Office off of the task force. There are many, many instances of task force or oversight boards that have been completely ineffective because of involvement of law enforcement, and we need to make sure that this task force is able to truly accomplish its goals. Finally, I'm asking you to remove SROs from Durham Public Schools and redirect that funding for nursing and trauma-informed counselors. We need for our schools to be safe, but there is ample evidence that SROs do not create more safety for students, especially for Black and Brown students. Comment 2 is from Emma Dunlap. Thanks for reading my email. I am writing to advocate that we remove SRO from Durham County and fund support Community Wellness Task Force. Anytime I have acted out, done something against the rules, is because a need hasn't been met. I am an adult and struggle with self-control when I am going through something hard. The children in our schools do not need punishment. They need support to encourage them to make better decisions for themselves. I do not understand the argument to keep SROs in schools. These are children. Schools should be a safe place for all children. Police officers are not needed in schools. Next comment. This is a comment that was submitted multiple times. David Shapiro Gierler, Michelle Metzler, Jim McQuaid, Brittany Krimplin, Elizabeth Templeton, Laura Morrison, Connor McDonald, Andrew Flynn, and Shay Rushi. As a resident of Durham County, I am writing to urge the Durham County Board of Commissioners at its upcoming meeting to join the Durham City Council and the Durham School Board in approving the Durham Community-led Safety and Wellness Task Force and its bylaws. These bylaws create a collaborative process between the city, county, and the school board to better build systems of public safety for all of our communities by developing alternatives to police and sheriff's departments. I also urge you not to include the sheriff or any sheriff's department as county representatives on this task force, because that would defeat the task force purpose to move beyond reactive, short-term solutions using a punishment or imprisonment framework. I also ask you to remove school resource officers, SROs, from the classrooms and hallways of Durham Public Schools. There is substantial evidence that SROs do not make schools safer and in fact cause serious harm to young adults, especially black children. School resource officer referrals disproportionately impact students of color. A report published by the U.S. Department of Education Office of Civil Rights found that black students are more than twice as likely to receive discipline through law enforcement, despite composing a significantly smaller proportion of overall students. The funding for SROs should be redistributed to ensuring nurses and trauma-informed counselors are present in each school. Invest in the safety and well-being of students in Durham County. Next comment is by Haley Garvis. I am a resident teacher and future parent in Durham. I'm writing to ask you to approve the Durham Community-led Safety and Wellness Task Force and its bylaws. This is a deeply important step to making sure all Durham citizens feel safe in our community. Please do not include the sheriff or any sheriff deputies as county representatives. We have to have safety that thinks beyond punishment. I'm also urging you to remove SROs from the classroom. I have seen firsthand the harm that SROs physically and psychologically cause to students. As a teacher, I have always felt their presence is threatening. We need to invest in the well-being of all Durham students. The money for SROs should be redistributed for more counselors, therapists, and nurses in schools. Lastly, Rand Barron. I am writing to urge you to pass the bylaws for the Community Safety and Wellness Task Force passed by City Council and the Board of Education. The time is long past due for residents of our county to be given a direct say in the way mechanisms of community safety and wellness are governed and funded in Durham. I strongly urge you to pass the bylaws without any members of law enforcement being given seats as members of the task force. The police have enormous power over those issues already and have a budget that vastly outstrips the proposed funding for the task force. The task force will exist in order to consider, imagine, and recommend implementation of alternatives to policing. Therefore, it seems contrary to its fundamental purpose to have police as members. Nothing in the bylaws prevents the task force from consulting with the police and sheriff's department as it studies safety and wellness in our community. Quite the opposite. Such consultation is, to my mind, necessary in order to understand the role these bodies play in our community. Explicit seats for cops on the task force are unnecessary and would merely serve to take away seats from community members to whom such powers have not yet been granted. It is fundamentally less democratic to include police on the task force than to not do so. That concludes the citizen comments for this meeting.
Thank you, Monica. And I want to acknowledge that we have received, outside of the submitted public comments, I don't know how many, but, dozens and dozens, a lot of emails over the last few days about this issue, which are, in line with the comments that we just heard. So, and I want to acknowledge it because I personally have not been able to individually respond to all the emails that we've gotten, and I imagine fellow board members haven't been able to personally respond either, because we've just really been inundated with a lot of emails about the issue. Thank you, Monica, very much, and we'll move on to our consent agenda. Wait, I've just got a text from Monica. Let's see. Okay, and then we also have, citizens who sent in comments related to 2 of our consent agenda items. Okay, so we're moving on to our consent agenda. I have a number of items that I have questions about or want to make a quick comment on. I have one item that I do want pulled until after our discussion items, but I'll wait to hear first about from other board members. And we did get comments on we do have a submitted comment for 20-0296 and 20-0311. And so, fellow board members, please let me know any other items that you would like to discuss or have pulled.
Madam Chair, I have not been able to pull up my agenda. Each time I try to pull up the agenda, it gets rid of the screen here. But there is one item that I wanted to make a comment on. I can't. It's about the Justice Center.
Okay. All right. That is, I got that. That's item 20-0308. Okay. I got it.
Is there any, Monica, is there any way you can tell me how I can get each time I click on the agenda link, it gets rid of the screen where I can't, I don't have your voices.
I will email you a PDF copy of it, Commissioner Howerton.
Okay, great, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other commissioners for related to the agenda tonight, consent? Okay, well, people may be having trouble speaking, so I would like to actually pull item 20-0309 about the stormwater fee, to pull that for later on in our meeting until after we have the discussion with Ryan Eves about stormwater. And I do have a comment about 20-0330, our contract with Velasquez Media, and I also had sent something to Andy Miracle yesterday related to our contract with the Chamber, which is 20-0332, and I just had a quick comment about our contract with DDI, which is 20-0331. Any other commissioners that have comments? Okay, so Commissioner Howerton, we'll start with you on the item about the Durham Crisis Response Center.
Okay, I still haven't gotten the agenda yet, but I can go ahead and say, I was waiting on Monica to send me that, but I just wanted to make a couple comments on it. Let's see if I can open this up. I really appreciate the staff following up on that item. After seeing the center in Greensboro, I think it behooves us to really do something that supports the people in our community that needs that.
Commissioner Howerton, I think we just lost you.
You can't hear me?
Okay, we heard you. I didn't know if you had stopped or if you were continuing. I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to
I heard you. Yeah.
talk about just a little bit about how appreciative I am that that's going to happen. And it comes back to us again next month. Is that what happens?
Commissioners, this is Perry Mann, Deputy Director for County Engineering.
Okay.
We're gonna bring it back for discussion to the Joint City Council at August 11th, the August 11th meeting, to give you an update of where we are with that. The push for the lease is based on the fact that FJC has been awarded a grant in the amount of $75,000. And
right.
We have an October 1st deadline to adhere to that. And so that's why we want to go ahead and get the lease in place and start utilizing that funding. We'll give you a more comprehensive update at the Joint City Council.
So we'll know what the real cost will be at that meeting?
Yes, ma'am. That is the intent.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll just follow up, Perry. I agree with wholeheartedly with Commissioner Howerton that she and I were both at the Greensboro Crisis Center together, and with City Council Member Reese, and all came back very excited. And I know I think both Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Reckow also were able to independently go there. And as we look at even what's been happening during COVID, we're seeing around in Durham, but also around the country, that unfortunately domestic violence is increasing. And this we know is a best practice. And we have fantastic provider with the Durham Crisis Response Center. I am sad that Liz Herron, who was our director of the Family Justice Center, has moved away. She was awesome. So I would love to hear, Perry, when we get our briefing on August 11th, if we can also hear what the plans are for the operations of the Family Justice Center, since there are going to be some changes in leadership. Because she was such a driving force for that. And I had also asked Perry, if you could share with the board, I asked Perry what the value of that building is, because even though we are partnering with the city on this and we will split any operational costs or any other upfit costs we will share with the city, I do want to acknowledge the huge contribution that Durham County is making by basically donating the use of this building. So, Perry, could you share with the board what you emailed to me this morning?
Yes, Commissioner. The value of that building is in excess of $1.2 million. And Nancy Mitchell, our open space and real estate, she basically had an assessment recently done. I'm talking within the past few months. And so that, as a result, we determined that value of the building itself is $1.2 million.
So that's pretty significant, and I wanted to make sure that all the board knew that. and that the community knows that this is a very serious commitment and contribution that Durham County is making to this very needed and important project and resource in our community. I'm a little confused, Monica. I don't see an item 20-0296 on our agenda. Maybe I'm missing it in terms of the item that there was citizen comment for.
That is actually the joint, the discussion on the joint Durham Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. So
Oh,
that's a
okay.
discussion item.
Oh, okay. I see. All right. So 20-0311, that we did have a comment submitted. Would you like to read that, Monica, for us? That's related
Yes, ma'am.
to the PAGO projects.
Yes, ma'am. Jose Romero, he's a resident of North Durham, Ward 1, zip code 27704. He has stated in his comment, during this global pandemic, Durham County Commissioners have been tasked with the difficult burden, equitable allocation of resources, but have a simple choice ahead to make that process easier. Deny the request from the Durham Detention Center for window replacement. This unexpected request is at a very least cold-hearted during an intense time of financial strain when Durham braces for growing evictions and more waves of illness. In truth, this request reflects a multi-year and systematic violation of the constitutional rights of people held in the detention center, whose right to due process is often only heard by pounded windows. At a time when we should be improving health systems for justice-involved folks in the community at large, new windows will not cure coronavirus, and they will not answer the larger problem of how to transfer the criminal justice system in Durham. I want a Durham that is healthier, not one where handcuffs are made with gold. I urge the county commissioners to use their discretionary power on this item and deny the request pending further community input, transparency on the source of the damage, and above all, a medical review that constructing new windows and transferring inmates does not pose a major SARS-CoV-2 health risk. That ends the comment for that item.
Thank you, Monica, and I really appreciate that comment and that input, but I would like to hear from appropriate staff, or perhaps the sheriff, or Perry, or Keith, because it's my understanding that item is a safety and public health issue, and it's something that has needed for quite a long time. So could we have appropriate staff just be able to explain to our community what more information about that particular item?
Commissioner Jacobs, this is Keith Lane, Budget Director. You are exactly correct. This is in relation to potential suicide possibilities that have already happened with previous windows, or is still an issue with existing windows. So this is trying to improve the safety of windows in the current jail. That is the main issue with these dollars and the window replacement in the current jail.
Okay, thank you, Keith. And I just want to make sure it's clear that we actually are required to do this. It is a public health, public safety issue that we need to address. Okay, so I will just go through. I just want to quickly say for the DDI item 20-0331, I really just want to acknowledge the incredible role that Nicole Thompson and all of the DDI staff have been playing in our COVID-19 response. Nicole is on the Recovery and Renewal Task Force, but all of her staff have been involved in coming up with solutions about how to get our restaurants moving outside, how to lobbying at the state level to get help with ABC permits and things to again support our restaurants and bars. And I just want to really just to acknowledge all of that work that's been happening by Nicole and her staff. And then item 20-0330, I had communicated with Deborah about this earlier today, and my concern with this item is that I would like to see there be included in this contract our ability to address the language equity and access issue and be able to incorporate either Spanish translation or whatever is appropriate into our In Touch shows and into our board meetings. And Deborah indicated to me that she had begun doing some work on this. And so I know, Deborah, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about this a little bit, because I know this is something you had actually work on, and I just want to find out how our board can further support you on this.
As it relates to providing translation to our community in an enhanced way. So we were looking at 3 areas. We were looking at translations of our forms and materials, publications, and such. We were also looking at ensuring that our website was ADA compliant, because we had gotten some calls about that. I'd had some conversations with Greg Marrow about that. And also, the third option was closed captioning of your meetings and of the TV show. So those were sort of the elements that we looked at. We started working on some survey information, trying to get a sense of how governments were doing translations as a first round. We surveyed about 10 local governments. We found out that many of them were just doing a combination of using internal staff who were bilingual to translate certain materials, and where they needed to, they were using outside vendors. And so our goal was to kind of work on a strategy, develop a budget, perhaps do a 1-year pilot. But once we had our COVID and our situation with our budget, we sort of pushed that aside. And so that's basically as far as we got until, I got your question. So we would be happy to develop an appropriate, maybe first step pilot strategy and develop a budget and come back to you maybe during a work session to look at something that we could start fairly soon. So that's what I would suggest.
Well, thank you so much, Deborah. And I really think with another positive from the pandemic, as I know you have been working so closely with Beverly and folks at the city and with Rod and his staff, and there's been a lot of efforts around understanding that, our outreach with the Latinx community, and that you've made a lot of new contacts and connections with that. And so I'm really excited about what you've already started, and I would, love for you to come back with something that we can discuss in the future. And I'm just going to let other board members give some input on this, having, equitable language access, and you also mentioned for disabilities as well. Any other board comments on this? I'm a little worried that people can't speak because I know we don't have a quiet board. Okay, well, I'm just going to have to take silence as being a thumbs
Madam
up.
Chair, I'm restraining myself given the length of this meeting.
Okay, all right. I always like to get everyone's input. Okay, so Deborah, thank you, and we'll look forward to you bringing back some something additional related to this contract, and we'll talk about how we find the funding for it then.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last item is related to 20-0332. Again, I do want to acknowledge the leadership of Jeff Durham. He is in the chamber related to COVID-19. Jeff is a member of the Recovery Renewal Roundtable, and Brian Fox has been doing an unbelievable job, really, coordinating I don't even know how many, maybe 20 different roundtables that are up and running now. Brian is the one who coordinates all of those. So, thank you. But Andy, could you respond to? I sent two suggestions to the scope of work for the contract with the chamber, and I maybe you sent an email about it today, and I missed it because we were in meetings. But could you respond to that?
Absolutely, Chair Jacobs, County Commissioners. This is Andy Miracle with Economic Development. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, so I was able to respond to your email about 3 o'clock today to the 2 points of referencing the community benefits checklist in the scope of services, as well as the BOLS initiative. And so just to summarize the response for you as it relates to the proposed additions, I think there are 2 points to consider in terms of how those elements are currently being addressed. So the revised economic development incentives policy sets the framework for all projects that are considered by the county. Within the policy, it requires that every interested company identify the elements of the community benefits checklist that apply to their project. And as such, community benefits participation is codified in the incentives process. In terms of the BOLS initiative, which is a multi-partner collaboration, the Chamber is both one of the primary authors of the BOLS initiative plan, as well as a member of the core team that meets weekly. So the current scope of services broadly lists all of the workforce development partnerships that the Chamber is to engage in, and that includes both industry and education partners. And so by keeping the language structured like this, we can accommodate the inclusion of new engagements that may occur throughout the year, like this one, rather than specifying every partnership annually within the scope. So within both cases, staff is of the position that the existing policy and the existing scope language sufficiently cover the proposed changes, but we are certainly receptive to additional conversation.
Okay, well, I appreciate that, Andy. I think that I'm fine, hearing your response to those. That's fine with me then, if you feel like they are going to be adequately covered. Okay. So seeing that, we will then move for adoption of the consent agenda, with the exception of I do want to pull item. So I would entertain a motion for adoption of the consent agenda items with the exception of 20-0309, and I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Carter, and we'll take a voice vote starting with Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Reckow.
Aye.
Commissioner Howerton.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, so those items are all unanimously approved with the one exception. Okay, so we are moving down to our public hearings. We have a number of public hearings this evening, and thanks to our planning staff. And the first one is 20-0317, the Rules Extension Zoning Map Change. And we have Jamie Sunyak here with us, Senior Planner.
Good evening. This is Jamie Sonia. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Jamie. Thank
Great.
you.
Just pulling up the slides there. Okay, can everyone see the,
Yes. See it? Yes, thank you.
great, thanks so much. Good evening, I'm Jamie Sonia.
Okay, we just lost you, Jamie. We could hear you, and there was an echo, and then we can't really hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. I'm sorry, we can't hear you again, Jamie. Maybe you could call in on your phone separately from the device?
I am my device already.
Okay, and then maybe mute the sound on your device and just use your phone.
Okay, let's try that again. Good evening, I'm Jamie Sonia with the Planning Department. I would like to state for the record that all public hearing items have been advertised in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. The applicant is Brian Harris. The location of the project is 2622 South Miami Boulevard and 2120 Brunson Road. This slide summarizes the case. The property is located within the county jurisdiction. That is typo. Property is about 7 acres. The request for the rezoning is industrial light, commercial neighborhood, and rural residential suburban 20 to industrial light. There is no change to the future land use designation. There is no development plan associated with this case. So the request would be for all permitted uses within the industrial light district. On January 14th, 2020, the Planning Commission found that the ordinance request was consistent with the adopted comp plan by a vote of 10-0. This slide shows the aerial. The site is highlighted in red. It fronts on Brunson Street and South Miami Boulevard. The following slide depicts the site as well as some of the area conditions. The property has been developed for a warehouse and light industrial use. There's an existing building, parking, and a fenced in storage area. The rear of the site is wooded with floodplains and riparian features. There's also a portion of the site that's heavily wooded, as well as an existing building that appears to be abandoned. The zoning context map shows the existing zoning on the left with 3 different zoning categories shown in the yellow, pinkish color, and purple, and on the right is the proposed zoning with the property shown in purple. The future land use map, you can see the entire property is currently located within the industrial future land use designation, and there's a small area that's within the recreation open space, but there's no change to either of those. In terms of the respective zoning standards for the site, this slide just summarizes the industrial light dimensional standards that the applicant would have to adhere to at the time.
Jamie? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. So in terms of the comp plan policies, there's no change to the industrial or recreation open space. The application is consistent with policies 212C, 231A, and 232A. Staff determines that this request is consistent with the comp plan and other applicable policies and ordinances, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Jamie. Questions for Jamie from board members? Jamie, I don't have a question. My only suggestion, I think this is, to me, is a pretty straightforward case. My only suggestion is I appreciated the context photos that you provided, but it would be helpful to know where those locations are in relation to the property. So if there was some type of, if you click on that slide with the photos, it would just be helpful to know that's the southwest corner, northwest, or just some way to be able to put those into context would be helpful in the future.
Okay, my apologies. Oh, sorry.
Yes, so go
my
ahead.
apologies. I believe there was depiction in. We are trying to update. We have been updating our staff report to include that, because I know that you had included that as a comment previously. So it's my apologies if that wasn't the case.
Thank you. Okay, I will now open the public hearing. And Monica, you said there was nobody to sign up to speak on this item. Is that correct?
No, Chair Jacob, you are correct. No one has signed up to speak. The telephone number for the public hearings was provided to the public. So you may want to just double check to make sure no one is on the line that would like to speak, but no one has actually signed up.
Okay. Is there anybody here to speak on the Royals Extension zoning map change? Okay, seeing there's no one here to speak on this item, I will now close the public hearing and bring this matter back before the board. And any final comments on this item? I would just say that this, this was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission, and this is the type of rezoning that really makes sense to have consistent zoning within a parcel, and also to help provide more industrial light property opportunities. This is a good project, so I will move this forward with.
Yes. I would move that we adopt a consistency as required by North Carolina General Statute 153A-34.
Second.
Okay, I think it's 341.
Oh, 341. I thought that was a closed paren.
Okay. All right. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Carter. And we'll start with you, Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Reckow.
Aye.
And Commissioner Howerton.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so the consistency statement unanimously approved. And we have a second action.
I move that we adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the industrial, light, commercial, neighborhood, and residential suburban -20 zoning districts and establishing the same as industrial light.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Carter. We'll take a voice vote from starting with Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that rezoning is unanimously approved. Thank you. We'll move on to item 20-0318. It's Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Neighborhood Protection Overlay Revisions. And for this item, we have Michael Stock, our senior planner, and sadly, we do not have Patrick Young, who has moved on, and we're sorry to see him go, but we congratulate him on his new opportunity. So Michael Stock, welcome.
Hello?
Hello? Yes,
Can you
hi,
hear me?
Mike.
I'm getting massive feedback.
Hi, Michael. This is Monica. I muted your microphone because that's where the feedback was coming from. Are you on a device and on your phone at the same time?
Computer and on the phone.
Yes. So if you can mute maybe your computer.
It's both. It's muted. Yeah.
I can still hear a bit of feedback.
Nope. And I'm back. I apologize for. No. Now. Can I be permanently muted, please?
There you go. Michael, are you able to enter in the chat when you are ready to present?
I can. Hold on. Can you hear me through the computer? No.
local review criteria. Do we have Carla and Sarah with us?
Hi, this is Carla from Durham Planning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we hear you great, Carla.
Excellent. Okay. So, good evening. Again, I'm Carla Rosenberg with the Planning Department, presenting an update to the Historic Properties Local Review Criteria. So in your packets, you'll find a full copy of the proposed changes as attachment 1. This criteria document was originally created in 2015 and serves as the basis for review of all certificates of appropriateness approved by planning staff in the case of minor COAs and adjudicated by the Historic Preservation Commission in the case of major COAs. The criteria update has been under review and editing for about 2 years now and has undergone several rounds of input from both the Historic Preservation Commission and the Joint City-County Planning Commission in their public meetings. The criteria were approved by the City Council on June 15th of this year with one change that reversed an allowance for tree removal in the case of solar installations. That change has been incorporated into the document under your review. When the new criteria were produced in 2015, we knew that once put into practice, we would find it useful to make adjustments informed by the experience of applying those criteria to actual cases. So we've improved the organization of the document and provided clarifications where needed. Substantive changes are mostly minor, and they have mainly codified precedents set by the Commission during case reviews or allowed more flexibility in certain areas. For example, where previously new construction on contributing residential properties or on landmark properties downtown would have followed the stricter contributing or landmark sections of the criteria, they will now follow the less stringent non-contributing sections. Where railings were previously prohibited, if not historically present, they are now allowed, which helps residents with physical limitations and also helps satisfy home insurance requirements. The area that received the most attention was treatment of solar panels, which will now require a lower level of review. In most cases, a minor COA or even no COA at all, and will allow street-facing solar panels that meet a basic visual standard. So those changes are shown in detail in attachment 3 of your packets, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Carla. Could you explain how is that going to work with the issue of not being able to remove trees at the same time for solar panels?
So, in most cases, we would presume that there is still sufficient solar gains on a given property so that the property owner could take advantage of solar installations. The reason it was reversed was to give an opportunity for organizations such as Trees Durham and solar advocates to discuss the issue and come up with an agreement about how necessary it was to make that change. So they weren't making the reversal in the sense that, no, absolutely, this should never happen. It was to give those two groups a chance to work things out and figure out what's the best course of action moving forward, and how relevant is tree removal to solar installation? How much is it actually affecting or preventing people from taking advantage of solar installations?
Okay, so is that something that they're working on now, and there's going to be a change in the future?
So so the Environmental Affairs Board actually had a meeting in early, I think it was July 8th, was their first meeting in July, where this topic was discussed at length. And they did come to an agreement that they were going to, over the course of a year, look at the data, work with planning staff, and determine whether it would be necessary to put an allowance for solar gains as a justification for taking down trees. So they agreed, they did come to an agreement, these two groups that were the Environmental Affairs Board came to an agreement with input from both groups that there would be a year-long sort of analysis and review, and then they would determine what the best path forward would be.
Okay, well, I would just say in the future, something like that would really be helpful, just in the form of a memo or something like that, to let us know, you know, to give context to the removal of that part of the, you know, the ordinance. It would have been helpful to understand that when we were looking at this item. Okay. Any other comments or questions from board members? Okay, and Carla, I'm assuming that what is here with related to the specifics to the solar panel installations, that was considered acceptable by all parties, because I know there's been a lot of discussion and collaboration around this.
Everything that was passed by City Council is going into effect, and that was, you know, that was what was agreed on in the JCCPC meetings, and then it's what we brought to Council, and that was what was approved. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Okay. I will now open the public hearing. Monica, do we have anybody signed up to speak on this item?
No, Chair Jacobs, I did not receive any comments for the item.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that nobody has called in for this item as well. Okay, we will close the public hearing and bring the matter back before our board.
Madam Chair, I move to adopt the revised historic properties local review criteria.
Do we have a second?
You're on mute, Ellen.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Reckow, and we'll take a voice vote starting with Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Reckow.
Aye.
Commissioner Howerton.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that is unanimously approved. Thank you so much, Carla. Okay, so let's circle back and see if we have Michael Stock with us without echoing.
Hello, everyone. This is Sarah Young with the Planning Department. I think we have a workaround. Let me know if you can hear me okay.
Yes, we can hear you great, Sarah. Nice to hear your voice.
Thank you. We have, you're going to laugh, but I've got Mike on my cell phone and right in front of my computer microphone. And so we're going to do this way, and hopefully it works. He says he can hear you, so I'm going to let him talk and turn the volume up so hopefully you can hear him.
Okay, I love it. This creative problem solving. Okay, great.
Good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Mike. This is great.
Mazel tov. Thank you. This is Michael Stock with the Planning Department. Text Amendment TC 18-00010 includes revisions to the Neighborhood Protection Overlay, or NPO process, primarily focusing on revisions to NPO process initiation. Proposed changes are intended to clarify the NPO request initiation process, codify existing guidelines, and the process for the governing body to determine whether or not the request for an NPO should be initiated. Upon review by the JCCPC, 3 changes were requested, which have been included in the attached ordinance and also under the ordinance that the Planning Commission considered. Those three additions or changes were to post signs within the neighborhood while the MPO application is under consideration for initiation, allow for the neighborhood to present to the JCCPC prior to the elected body action on initiating the request, and if initiated, refer the item back to the JCCPC for consideration within the department's work program. Planning Commission recommended approval 9-1, and City Council has approved the amendment at its June 10th special meeting. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Michael. And could you just explain, you mentioned in the report that recent state law now requires the permission of a governing body or of the property owner for a rezoning. When was this adopted, and can you just elaborate a little bit on how this will really change a lot of things?
It is one clarification, it's not for all rezoning. In the last legislative session, legislation was passed regarding downzonings, and downzonings are
I meant downzone.
Just downzoning, and so basically it's any zoning that lowers the intensity or density that's currently allowed. So any downzoning would have to be either initiated by the applicable governing body or signed by all property owners of the subject site.
Okay. And when was this approved, Michael?
Last summer, last session.
Okay. Okay. And what will be the process? I know it was raised, and I appreciate the work that everybody has done on this. And from the Planning Commission comments, it was acknowledged that this is an improvement over the past process with MPO applications, and a lot of this came from past experiences. We did see in the Planning Commission comments questions about how the conflict with then getting the work actually done. George Brine, who just retired after 17 and a half years going on and off the Planning Commission, made incredible contributions to our community. He acknowledged this in his comments that there is a disconnect in that the work has to then be put into the work plan, and that wasn't really addressed. Was that discussed at the City Council when this was adopted?
No, that was not. I'm not quite sure I understand George Bryan's comments. Really, this whole process is to get the whole initiation process out of the rinse and recycle that the past applications have been in with the JCCPC, and to take the application and the merits of the application directly to the governing body for them to determine whether it is appropriate to initiate such an MPO, and then it will be, as indicated, referred back to JCCPC to see how it could fit, if it can fit, into the department's work program. So it's meant to get a more direct answer from the applicable governing body who's going to have jurisdiction over it, and not leave staff and applicants in a rinse and repeat cycle for many years.
Okay. And Michael, can you give us an update on what is the status of the Forest Hills neighborhood protection overlay application?
Staff actually has brought that application initiation request directly to City Council back at its June 10th special meeting for direct consideration to initiate, because, and in fact, that tested out the process, because the staff and the administration felt it was time to get a final answer on it, whether City Council wanted to actually initiate it or not, and they declined to initiate.
Okay, thank you for that information. Any board members questions for Michael? Okay, hearing there are no questions, I will open up the public hearing. And again, Monica, just want to check and make sure that we don't have anyone who signed up to make comment on this and that there isn't anyone listening on the line who wants to speak.
You are correct.
Okay, hearing none.
No one has signed up.
Okay, thank you, Monica. So hearing none, I will close the public hearing and bring this item back before our board.
Madam Chair, I make a motion. I make the first motion to adopt the appropriate statement of consistency pursuant to NCGS 153A-341.
Second.
Thank you. So moved by Commissioner Howerton, seconded by Commissioner Reckow, and we'll do a voice vote starting with Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
And I am also a yes, so that item is unanimously approved. Next item we have is
There's a second motion.
Oh, there's one. Sorry, I'm moving too fast here. Go ahead.
To adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance incorporating revisions to amend Article 2, Review Authority, and Article 4, Zoning Districts.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Howerton, seconded by Commissioner Reckow, and voice vote starting with Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Reckow.
Aye.
Commissioner Howerton.
Aye.
And I'm also an aye, so that item is also unanimously approved. Okay, Michael, and then you've got another one for us. Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Affordable Housing Dwelling Unit Definition 20-0319.
Yes, thank you. Again, Michael Stock with Planning Department. Text Amendment TC 1905 amends the current definition of an affordable housing dwelling unit within Section 17.3 defined terms of the UDO. The amended definition does three primary things while keeping the definition focused and consistent with federal definition of low-income housing. First, it reflects the differences between rental and for sale units. Secondly, allows for flexibility as residents' income increases. And third, it ties the new compliance rules and procedures developed by the City Community Development Department, which have been also adopted by City Council for tracking affordable housing units built under the Affordable Housing Bonus Program of the UDO and other incentives within the UDO. The JCCTC did review this item, and the Planning Commission recommended approval 12-1 at its November 12, 2019 meeting, and the City Council has approved this amendment at its June 24th special meeting. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Michael? And Michael, would you say that Tom Miller had also planning commissioner who gives us great feedback? Would you say that his concerns were addressed? Because I know there were some changes between the planning commission and then the city council adoption.
The main change was that we did change the make sure we reference that the community development rules and procedures reflected adopted rules and procedures, and it does say that in the text, and they were adopted. I don't have the comments in front of me at the time, so I don't know what else he commented on.
Right. Yeah, that was the gist of that issue.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions? Okay. I will now open the public hearing. And again, just checking with you, Monica, if there's anybody signed up to speak on this, and if there's anybody who's joined with us by phone who wants to comment on this.
No one has signed up to speak.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing and bring this item back before our board for action.
Madam Chair, I move the statement of consistency pursuant with NCGS 153A-341.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Howerton, and we will start with a voice vote with Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Reckow.
Aye.
Commissioner Howerton.
Aye.
And I'm aye, so that is unanimously approved. And we have a second motion.
Move an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Ordinance regarding the definition for affordable housing dwelling unit.
Second.
Okay, and I don't know if we need to also say that it includes the revisions to amend Article 17 definitions. Do we need to include that?
I'm sorry, no, everything in front of you is pretty much ready to go.
Okay, all right. Okay, and so Commissioner Reckow, and was there a second?
Howerton.
Okay, Howerton. Okay, and we'll start with you for a voice vote. Commissioner Howerton?
Yes.
Reckow?
Yes.
Hill?
Yes.
And Carter?
Yes.
And so I'm also a yes, so that was unanimously approved. And one more for you, Michael. 20-0320 Unified Development Ordinance Text Amendment, Omnibus Changes 14.
3 is the magic number. Thank you. GC 1906 includes technical revisions and minor policy changes to various provisions of the Unified Development Ordinance. The amendments are identified as necessary corrections, clarifications, reorganization, or other minor changes to clarify the intent of regulations or codify interpretations or reflect minor policy changes that are not solely technical in nature. Additionally, some of the amendments are proposed to comply with state legislation. The JCCPC did review the draft at its February 2020 meeting, and Planning Commission recommended approval 12-0 at its March 10th meeting. City Council has approved the amendments at its June 15th meeting. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners? Okay, we will now open the public hearing. And again, Monica, just want to check to see if anyone has signed up to speak on this.
No, ma'am, no one has signed up.
Okay, and anyone on the line to speak on this item? So I'll bring the matter back. I will now close the public hearing and bring the matter back before our board. And we have two motions to consider.
All right, I'll do the first one. First motion, move to adopt the appropriate statement of consistency pursuant to NCGS 153A-341.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Howerton, seconded by Commissioner Reckow, and we'll start with a voice vote with Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Reckow.
Aye.
Commissioner Howerton.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that motion is unanimously approved. We also have a second motion.
Read all of that. It's the second motion. Oh my goodness. It says to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance incorporating provisions to Article number 1, General Article 2, review authority. Article 3, applications and permits. Article 4, zoning districts. Article 5, use regulations. Article 6, district intensity standards. Article 7, design standards. And Article 8, environmental protection. Article 9, landscaping and buffering. Article 10, parking and loading. Article 12, infrastructure and public improvements. Article 14, non-conformities. Article 15, enforcement. Article 16, design districts. And Article 17, definitions. Whew.
Second.
Thank you. Okay. Have a second?
I seconded it.
You did? Okay. All right. Well, we'll start with a voice vote. Commissioner Howerton?
Yes.
Commissioner Recco?
Yes.
Commissioner Hill?
Yes.
Commissioner Carter?
Yes.
And I'm a yes, so that motion is also adopted. Well, thank you so much, Michael, Sarah, and Carla, for being with us tonight. Wow, it worked, though. I mean, great problem solving and teamwork. Thank you all so much. Okay. Yep, that's right. Teamwork at its finest. So we will move on to other business this evening. We have first a Durham County, an update from our wonderful public health director who is leading the charge on our COVID-19 response. So Rod Jenkins, glad to have you with us. And also Joanne Pierce, General Manager.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right. I say good evening to you again, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Commissioners. And in my traditional fashion, I just want to thank you all sincerely for your support of public health's efforts to combat COVID-19 within the greater Durham community area. And we continue to march on in terms of our battle. Start off high and come low. Within the United States, we're probably by now we're all at 3.3 million with 134,884 deaths. Within the great state of North Carolina, we're at 87,528 cases of COVID, resulting in 1,510 deaths. And in Durham County, currently we sit at 515 active cases. We have 4,063 inactive cases, meaning that many Durhamites have been discharged and are free of COVID. We are at 72 deaths, and our total case count is 4,651 total cases. Some additional statistics for you. Today, again, for the month of July, we are at 4,651 cases, as mentioned. This does represent a 478 case increase from last week. So, of course, the total number continues to be cumulative, and it will increase daily until we are rid of COVID-19. The more important statistics that we always give is the 7-day moving average, and as of right now, it's at approximately 64. This is 64 cases, I should say. This is down from the average of 72 last week, and the previous week was 59. And we watch the 7-day average to determine if trends in our cases are increasing or decreasing. So I'm happy to report that we're seeing some level of decreases. So far in the month of July, from July 1st to the present, we have obtained 857 new cases. As far as race and ethnicity, I am proud to report that so far in the month of July, half of our cases are of the Hispanic or Latinx community, representing 50%. Again, we do know that they only represent 14% of Durham County residents, but a lot of hard work and collaboration has been focused on our Hispanic and Latinx community. And so far, so good. We're going to continue to advocate and encourage them to get tested and encourage more awareness about COVID-19 within this community. Within the Black or African American community in Durham, they continue to be unrepresented, representing approximately 27% of all of our cases, while representing 37% of all Durham County residents. Within the white community, it continued to be very underrepresented, representing 22.5% of all cases, yet they make up 54% of all of Durham County's population. Again, it's worth repeating, we are seeing a decline in the percentage of Latinx in the month of July. To put things into perspective, in the month of March, at the onset of the COVID-19 experience, they represented 6.5% of all cases. The month of April, 15.5% of all cases. The month of May was when we really started seeing a significant increase at 70.5%. Certainly the high watermark for the month of June was 76.8%. And now so far in the month of July, we're currently at 55.9%. So again, we continue to do great work around that. As far as work, race, ethnicity, and sex, with July, we're still seeing the sectors of unemployment, but now we're seeing hospitals and construction work. As far as percentages, 65.5% of our cases are associated with unemployment. They were of the Hispanic population, and they represented 74.5% being female. 46.7% of our cases were associated with hospitals, and they were of the Black or African American community, and 56.7% were female. And as far as our construction, we still continue to have some work to be done in the construction work area. 79.3% of our cases were associated with construction work so far in the month of July. They were of the Latinx population, and 96.5% were male. There has been some improvement within our zip code mapping. At one point in time, it was zip codes 27703 and 27704. So far in the month of July, it's only 27704, but it's still in the eastern part of Durham County, representing the highest case rate at 20.88 per 1,000 people. As a reminder, 27704 area code covers eastern stretches of Hamlin Road, Gare Street, Cheek Street, and also includes parts of Bragtown, Colonial Village, and Merrickmore neighborhoods. Again, this is what the data is showing us so far for the month of July. Some additional notes for your consideration. Per Duke's model that we received last week, North Carolina's growth rate continues to be 1.9%, and Durham's growth rate is also 1.9%. North Carolina infections have grown to 16%, whereas Durham's infections are slightly less at 11%. And their 7-day average represents a slight down trend from a high of 78 last month. So some additional notes. You all may have heard a temporary order is going to effect, mandating that all labs report both positive and negative test results. This indeed is a small victory for us in public health, and we certainly thank Chair Jacobs and Mayor Schul for their assistance with that. It's important because we finally will be able to obtain that needed denominator in order to determine our total number of positive over our total number of tests. And that will, in effect, give us a true picture of our positivity rate as opposed to us having to guess. A statewide order for COVID testing went out from the state health director, Dr. Betsy Tilson, and should produce more activity as far as testing. What exactly does that mean? A doctor's order is no longer necessary in order to do COVID testing. That simply means that we will certainly see a lot more activity with COVID-19 diagnostic testing. Durham is slated to hear directly from one of the vendors as a benefit of state resources in order to set up testing in areas where there's high positivity rates and also areas where historically marginalized populations exist. These resources also come in the form of contact tracing along with testing, and we are hoping to hear back from the state on July the 20th. So we will keep you posted on that. I'm also proud to report that in collaboration with Duke University Medical Center, we did set up a testing site at Holton Recreation Center that went live in effect on Saturday, this past Saturday. And the goal is to see and test anywhere from 50 to 75 people. Saturday's results were 47 individuals who were tested, and testing will resume on Tuesdays and on Thursdays in the evening times. We continue to work with our faith-based community and Latin 19 advocates. I know things have been moving a little bit slow, but again, we're waiting on these assets from the state to come through so we can partner with them and to increase our testing in those particular communities as well. And last but not least, I cannot emphasize enough that behavior modification during COVID is needed. It's important for Durham and everybody under the sound of my voice to understand that COVID-19 continues to be a disease for which there is no cure, there's no vaccination, prevention, or meaningful medical remedy at this time. Once you get it, the only remedy or relief are supportive therapies. And the number one weapon that we have to fight this disease is our classic, good old-fashioned public health measures, which we affectionately call the 3 W's, which includes washing your hands for 20 seconds, waiting 6 feet apart or social distancing, and also wearing face coverings, which Durham County has been championing since March 28th, I believe. And you all should also just know this and remind all that you know, all your family, all your friends, because school is upon us, and we're working very closely with Dr. Mbenga and the Durham Public Schools. And we want a safe environment for our children to go back to, grades K through 8. So again, these behaviors need to be solidified, modified, and hardwired now in an effort to ensure that our children are safe to go back to school. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Well, thank you so much, Rod, for your report. And I think the fact that we've seen the decline in the infection rates in our Latinx community is a testament to all the hard work that you, your staff, partnering with Pilar, El Centro, all the other partners, the Latin 19 and many other community partners in working with the construction industry, and just many people is showing some impact. We know we still have a long way to go, but I really want to recognize that achievement, and things like getting the Holton site opened with partnering with Duke on that, and finally getting the data that we need from the state. And as you know, we're still waiting on further supports that we really need from the state. So thank you again, and I want to open this up for other comments or questions from commissioners related to Rod's report. Okay.
Quick question. Quick question.
Oh, Commissioner Hill.
Sure. I heard today that there was a lower rate of COVID patients in hospitals, but I'm also hearing that fewer hospitals are reporting. Why is that?
I apologize, Commissioner Hill. Again, good evening to you, but I didn't hear that last part.
I'm hearing that fewer hospitals are reporting. I'm hearing there's a that fewer people are fewer COVID patients are in hospital, but also that fewer hospitals are reporting. I didn't know hospitals had the opportunity to opt out of reporting cases.
I can't really speak to all hospitals, Commissioner Hill, but I will say that we received a report from Katie Galbraith, who is over the head of Duke Regional, and we were assured that they are holding steady and that they're not at capacity, whereas you hear other regional hospitals are really fretting and their ICU beds are really being taken up and they're having to divert patients to other areas. Duke is holding steady, holding strong, so we're elated to hear that. As far as I know, Duke does report their numbers to NCDHHS. Additionally, we have a great relationship with them, and we receive data from Duke on a weekly basis, which also enhances our ability to collect our data and to report, to give reports like I did this evening. Additionally, we do receive bi-weekly reports from Duke in terms of their COVID analysis and everything. So I won't dispute what you heard, but I would just say for our particular region, we are certainly on the pulse of everything that's going on with COVID. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Well, no, I'm sure Katie is doing the right thing, and people at Duvar as well. But I just didn't know that other hospitals, say somewhere else in the state, could just decide not to submit numbers.
Yeah, we're very fortunate with our partnership here with Duke Hospital and Duke Regional. As Rod noted, one of the members of the task force is Dr. Akamboyo, who's a pediatric epidemiologist, and we're really grateful to have that involvement. Any other questions for Rod from any other commissioners? And I would just echo what Rod said, that we know that our best strategy is to really prevent people from getting this virus in the first place. And as we know, we're learning more and more things about it, how the symptoms, how it spreads, how it impacts people, and it's a very serious illness and disease. And we, as we look at school opening, which really needs to be our priority, getting our young children back to school, pre-K, and especially our younger children, getting them back in school, and with our college students and university students coming back into Durham, we're going to really have to redouble our efforts in a lot of areas, because one of the things that I learned last week from Dr. Akamboyo and other conversations, that children are not the super spreaders that was once been considered, but that it's really up to us adults. And Rod, I don't know if you want to comment on that further, but I've been thinking a lot about that.
I really do. I couldn't agree with you more. It's been wonderful having a working relationship with Dr. Ibukun Akinbuyo. She's been wonderful. Her expertise is just massive, and what she said was just so poignant. She just said that a lot of the data that we have is data for adults. We don't have the data for children. And again, most of the infections that we're seeing are not school-age kids per se. It's like really, infants and children. So we need to make sure that we modify our behaviors. And as I said to the Recovery and Renewal Task Force, it would behoove us to do it, because when school gets back in session, our kids and our grandkids have a way of hardwiring our behaviors because of what they learn in school. So I'm more than sure that they're going to learn about washing their hands and wearing a mask and why they're having to do the things that they do. So again, we want to make sure that we are as prepared for college kids, teens, preteens, and children for them to get back to school and for things to really get back to learning. So we're excited about the opportunity to do the right thing for our community.
Thank you, Rod. And as always, we're so grateful for everything that you're doing and all the other public health staff and our EOC staff. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to move on to update on County Food Security Coordinator position, and we have Donna Rewalt here, and then also, I guess, Michael Davis and Kelly Warnock and Joanne Pierce with support on this item. And so take it away, Donna, our Cooperative Extension Director.
Thank you, Commissioners. As you may recall, you had requested an update on where we were with this position. I think Monica is going to get some slides. I think we're there, and then they've kind of gone away, but we can start. As you know, COVID-19 has shown us the urgency of food insecurity in the Durham community. It certainly existed before COVID, but it's further shown us weaknesses in our food system and a greater need for coordination and collaboration, as well as data and system improvements. Can you advance the slide, Monica? Great. This position is not a new idea. It has been in our community for some time, revealing some of those needs, again, long expressed by our community organizations who are on the ground, and have kind of requested and talked with both the county and the city about this previously. As you recall, during the budget process, you all committed to a new position for this effort as a county food security coordinator, however, with no new FTE and reallocating a vacant position. I'm pleased to report this evening that we have identified the vacant position and will begin the process of reclassifying that position for this purpose. The coordinator will work ultimately both with internal, so county, and external stakeholders to develop a robust, collaborative, and systems-based plan and approach to address food insecurity. Next slide. So we are in the process of finalizing the draft position description, which will help us with the reclassification. The position will be a combination of both food access and food policy work. You have a additional description in the materials we provide. We have a 7-page version of this update, and so there's some additional items around what the position might look like. And if you all have comments on that as we're kind of trying to finalize our draft position description, we would love to hear from you, commissioners, on that. It will be a county-wide position, so it impacts the entire organization. It will be located within Cooperative Extension. This was a collaborative decision with other departments within the Goal 2 area. With the intensity of the COVID relief efforts, it was determined that Cooperative Extension at this moment would be best equipped to support this position with a support structure and other food-related positions. However, this coordinator will work intentionally with other county departments, and we're going to form a county food security team. So we would have different members from across the organization who would serve on this team together, supporting the coordinator and looking across the organization. Next slide. So one of the things that we have done over the last month and a half since we last talked to you in detail about this position idea was that we've talked with peers in Wake County and Winston-Salem, also in Washington, D.C. and Madison, Wisconsin, both in looking at how those positions are situated within their organizations, and also what kinds of work the positions are able to engage in and what are the key elements of each of those positions. There are a few lessons we have learned overall, and there's much more detail about this in the update. One is to build a strong internal network. So that would be the importance of having, in some sense, your own house in order and building that internal network within your county government or your city government as an essential element. Another one is to create an official food policy council or network with really robust government and community relationships. So a combination of community and government working collaboratively together. There's a lot of different models for this and a lot of different ways in which it has worked. Some of them are authorized by their city council or their county commissioners. Others have come from the community. It depends on the community. The third is developing and maintaining a food security plan through a community visioning process. We expect this will be one of the initial tasks of the food security coordinator to look at how we might do that. Most of these positions really work on the community's plan. That is a huge component of each of these positions that really tie the work of government and the work of the community together. Next slide. So in our update, we've outlined the support structure for the coordinator to leverage both some of the elements of our internal partners, such as social services, public health, cooperative extension, soil and water, our racial equity officer. Racial equity is a huge component of food insecurity. We've also learned from other communities it's really helpful to have your planning department and your economic development folks also involved in this type of work, as well as external partners. One blessing of Durham is that it is a place that has a robust interest in food and feeding people, and we have many wonderful organizations, I think, who are ready to support, and many of them are the ones who are behind this initial request for this type of position. We just have a really involved and dedicated community in improving food systems and fighting hunger. And I believe that is all that we have for you this evening. Unless you have questions or would like some additional detail, we appreciate your support around this. For Michael, Kelly, and myself, we've been doing this work as a substantial additional role and job as part of our usual work, and we have really seen the need for this position. We're very pleased that you all have been so interested in supporting that, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Donna. I think this is probably the quickest we have ever seen a response to a position, at least since I've been a county commissioner. It's just amazing to me that this was in our budget, and here you are a few weeks later already pulling together people and working on this really important job description and position and vision for this. So I'm really just blown away to see all the progress that's already been made, and to know that groups like End Hunger Durham Now have been advocating for this since 2017. So it's really exciting that we took action on this. And again, as you note, one of the positive outgrowths again of the pandemic is that so many groups have come together to help each other and coordinate. And I really was amazed at the list that you included in information that you gave to us, listing all the resources that we do have within Durham County government departments and also out in the community. So we really do have a lot to build on, but we do need that coordination and communication piece. So this is great. Any comments or questions? I know Donna was also asking for any input in terms of job description that anyone may have. Any board members? Well, I'll just say that if you have input for Donna, please email her with any suggestions related to this position. I know that Commissioner Carter, this is something that you've worked on a lot over the past few years in a lot of different roles, so I'm sure you're going to have some suggestions for this. So again, thank you so much, and I guess you'll keep us posted, Donna. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, and if I can pull up my screen, let's see. The next item on our agenda is the BOCC directives. And Drew, when I clicked on this on my SharePoint, I didn't have anything since February 10th. So has it been updated past February, do you know?
Yes. Yes, lots of updates have been included since then. Sorry they're not loading. It shouldn't require a fresh link every time. It should still work. I'm not sure what the technological glitch is that's causing that, but we'll send out a fresh link and you can try that and see if the more current updates work for you. We are still waiting on some draft minutes from May and June that should probably increase a number of directives from those meetings, but I would say we've done a good job catching up, where we had sort of lost some ground during the depths of the pandemic, and we've caught up a bit since then, which I'm happy about.
Okay, well, I'm looking again, and I don't have anything past February 10th. Okay. All right, well, we'll have to, if you could send that out again to us then. I don't know if any other commissioners had any issues with that as well. And any comments or questions about directives. I did notice that, Drew, you're obviously following up on them because we've gotten some emails from staff with information, so thank you for doing that.
Yep, we've been trying to catch up.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so we'll move on from directives to, I believe it's the stormwater update is next. And so we have Ryan Eves with us from Stormwater, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it in my agenda because it dropped me for a minute. Okay, so yes, the next item is stormwater utility outreach update, and we have Ryan Eves, who is our stormwater and erosion control division manager, along with a whole number of other support staff. But I will turn this over to you, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Jacobs. I just want to make sure really quick that everyone can hear me.
Yes.
I can. Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. If you'll remember, at the June 2nd budget work session, it was decided by the board to move forward with our stormwater utility fee, and you asked that we really ramp up our outreach that had been somewhat limited by COVID-19. So we have done that, and we're bringing back an update to you tonight, as well as bringing forward the ordinance for the stormwater utility fee, which for election and the rate structure and all those things. I'm going to pull up and hopefully be able to share my screen and bring up the brief presentation. There we go. And I'm going to turn it over to Mackenzie Myers, our stormwater manager, and Inga Kennedy from PEQ, one of our consultants, to talk a little bit more about the outreach.
Great, thanks, Ryan. Can everyone hear me as well?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, great. Well, good evening. I am Mackenzie Myers, as Ryan said, and I'm the stormwater manager. Tonight we're going to provide you with an update on multiple items related to the new stormwater utility fee that was approved with the budget. We'll start out with a summary of the fee structure that was approved, provide an update on the public outreach efforts that we've completed over the last 5 or 6 weeks. We'll provide an overview of the stormwater utility fee ordinance, and then once again we'll stress our priorities for the stormwater program with the creation of the utility fee. So this graphic on your screen is an overview of the stormwater utility fee structure. As a reminder, the fee was developed based off an equivalent residential unit, or ERU, which represents 4,300 square feet of hard surface on a property. The ERU represents the median square footage of impervious on the residential properties located within the county. And just a reminder that this will only apply to properties in the county that are outside of City of Durham limits. So the fee structure includes, as you can see here, 3 different tiers for residential properties. Tier 1 will apply to the residential properties that have the lowest amount of impervious surface or hard surfaces. with less than 2,700 square feet. Properties that fall into this tier will be charged a flat fee of $12 per year. Tier 2, the next tier down, encompasses the residential properties with between 2,700 and 6,000 square feet of impervious, and they will be charged $20. And then the highest residential tier will be applicable to residential properties that have greater than 6,000 square feet of hard surfaces, and they will be subject to a $48 per year. The bottom portion of this graphic represents all other properties, again, outside of city limits, that are not residential. So this will include commercial, industrial, agriculture, institutional properties, and they will be charged per ERU. So basically directly based on how much impervious surface is on the property. Next slide. So what will Durham County do with the money that is collected from the taxpayers? We're going to use the funds that are collected to perform the activities to help bring the county into compliance with state regulations, really related to water quality for the Jules Lake and the Neuse River nutrient management strategies. Among some of these activities that we may do will include possible land properties within the county to protect them from future development and future impervious being placed on the properties. Some other activities may include retrofits to existing stormwater devices to either help them function better, to reduce nitrogen and phosphorus and kind of get more bang for our buck, or in some cases we may just convert them to a different device altogether. We'll also design and construct our own stormwater control measures, and this will really help to treat stormwater runoff that's coming from development that currently doesn't have any treatment, and will help improve the water quality. And lastly, we'll also perform, among other things, ongoing public education efforts to help the community learn about water quality and why we have the stormwater utility fee and how we can protect our watershed. Next slide. So since June, at the meeting when we were directed to really start with our public outreach, we've worked really hard to do some targeted outreach to a variety of different groups within the county, as well as some public outreach. This slide outlines some of the targeted groups that we reached, and they include the Farm Bureau, Farmland Protection Board, Environment at RTC, the Environmental Affairs Board, and the Durham County Soil and Water Board. And we basically gave presentations to each of these and then had some questions, and we received some really valuable input and feedback from all of them. And we plan to continue to reach out to multiple other stakeholder groups within the county over the next several months. And at this time, I'll turn it over to Inga Kennedy. As Ryan said, she's been on our consultant team helping as a big piece with our public education and outreach, and she'll go over some more of our outreach efforts that we've contributed to.
Thank you, Mackenzie. And like everyone else, I'm going to ask you if you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, and good hearing everyone tonight. You know, our preference was always to conduct this outreach face-to-face, and if you all will remember, earlier this year, we presented a 4-month outreach schedule that we anticipated conducting face-to-face, but as Ryan mentioned, things were slowed down a little bit, and then we were hit with the COVID-19 situation, so we had to pivot a little bit and come up with 100% virtual outreach this last month, and we've done that in a fairly quick order, but we do want to make sure that you understand that this is just the beginning of our outreach, and we have a long way to go as we want to ensure that this information gets out to a broad segment of the population in the unincorporated parts of the county. So we pulled together some of the activities that we were already working on, including a website page that is under the Stormwater Division there, and it has its own dedicated URL. we are going to use this website as a private for communication and posting of information there. And as a matter of fact, a lot of the information that is there is a result of some of the feedback that we've already received, especially from some of the targeted groups that Mackenzie highlighted earlier or in the previous slide. So we'll continue building the website and making sure that we drive the public to this particular site. We also always want to have a mechanism to receive comments, and we've created a dedicated email address so that all of our comments go directly into one location, and we can respond, and we can also share that information with the public via our frequently asked questions that are also outlined on the website. We also wanted to, and had always wanted to, include a questionnaire. So we prepared a brief survey and included it as well on the website and provided it out to the public. And I'll go over some of the responses that we've received here shortly, but that is still very active, and we are going to leave that open for a long time to come, just so we can have feedback and receive feedback from the public on what their interests are, and making sure that they understand what the utility fee is going to do for unincorporated Durham County. In anticipation of getting ready for, or in lieu of our public meetings or meetings that we were going to conduct face-to-face, we decided to pull together a very similar presentation as this one, as the one you're seeing tonight, and pre-record it and put it on the website and send it around via social media postings early, and then come back and post a live public Q&A, which we did on Zoom, and it worked very well. And we do want to thank the Don Dudley and Communications and their staff for facilitating the information getting out regarding all of this. They are and were the primary conduit for getting the information out to the public, and everything that we shared via them. But those recordings are still on the website, and so anyone who wants to go and listen to the pre-recorded session can still do that. But also, you can go back and listen to our live Q&A and listen to some of the questions and responses that we provided. Next slide, please. Just a couple of things that I want to share from our survey that is still open. One of the questions that we asked is, do you feel confident in the cleanliness of the water you're using? And hey, 70% of the people said yes during their recreational activities. And that is a good response rate and a good response that they are confident in the use of the water during recreational activities, particularly as the summer months are upon us and people are getting out, and there are several lakes in the area and ponds that people are using. Next slide, please. This is an important question because we always want to make sure that we are transparent with the dollars that are being spent, and this is a new fee. And so we wanted to ask a question about what the fee is going to be used for, and what the public would like the fee to be used for. Mackenzie highlighted a few of those, but we wanted to provide a longer list of possibilities, and without going down the list of everything, I want to point out that 80% of the people said all of the above. But one of the other especially focused areas was on land conservation. And we've heard that too from some of our targeted meetings that we've had with some of the groups. And you can see here flood control, agricultural best management, stream bank stabilization. But we wanted to put this out there and give the public an opportunity to give us feedback on what they'd like to see the dollars spent on. Next slide, Brian, please. We're going to continue, as I mentioned, moving forward with outreach efforts. And we definitely want to continue the stormwater utility fee questionnaire. And if you would be so kind as to share it with your constituents, we would greatly appreciate it. Just the website in general and any other information you'd like to share. We're going to also continue targeting specific groups with information to make sure that everyone is aware and that we can provide additional information to satisfy any queries that we might have. We'll obviously continue to expand the website and have it as a main repository for information. We're going to continue working with the communications to increase our social media outreach going forward, and when we're moving forward, getting information out and as reminders to people that the information is out there. We want to eventually develop a postcard mailing with the tax department that explains some of the details. And of course, we are having ongoing correspondence with property owners regarding the fee calculation questions. And we've had some of those questions come up as well.
Okay, thanks Inga and Mackenzie for that outreach update. The other item before you tonight, commissioners, is the stormwater utility ordinance. And as I said before, really this is codifying the mechanisms for the utility fee in and of itself. Similar to any of our other ordinances, similar to the stormwater ordinance we already have on the books. We'll have all of the different sections of the ordinance: findings, purpose, the definitions, the establishment, the jurisdiction. Probably the most important pieces are the rate structure and schedule of fees, and then any other miscellaneous items that are within that ordinance. But as you adopted the fee with the FY21 budget, we now just need to put the mechanisms in place for its collection. And one last thing we wanted to share tonight are the stormwater program's priorities. This is something that we value and have determined to be the priorities of our program as we flesh it out with these new utility dollars, and we move towards complying with the Falls, Jordan, and Neuse nutrient management strategies and rules. We really have four priorities. The first and perhaps most important, obviously, being that rules compliance. Our ultimate goal is that the county is in compliance with the Falls and Jordan rules. Next, efficiency. We recognize these are ratepayer dollars that we will be collecting, and that we want to seek to get the best bang for their buck. We want to find all the ways in which we can maximize those dollars, whether it's working internally together with, between our department and soil and water, whether it's working hand in hand with the city or the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, whether it's, how we seek out projects and how we design them. We want to be as efficient as possible with those dollars. Third is resiliency. We're not only going to look at opportunities to address water quality, but we want to make sure that we're thinking forward and that we're becoming a more resilient community and addressing the effects of climate change and flooding on our community. And finally, environmental justice. Where possible, we want to prioritize underserved areas and underserved populations for projects in those areas that can help improve watershed health and hopefully improve overall community health as well. With that, we would be happy to welcome any discussion, any questions that you may have, and look for more discussion.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Rakow.
I had a question for Ryan. Ryan, when I reviewed the rate schedule, I did not see any reflection of the discussion we had last month. Well, actually, earlier than that, at one or two of our briefings, where we've talked about being creative and encouraging best practices among our farmers and other landholders by providing credits for innovative work with our soil and water conservation district, etc. Could you respond to that?
Yes, ma'am. We are continuing to work through that process to develop a credits program. We absolutely want to incentivize not only farmers but developers and even current property owners to do the kinds of things that will help protect our water quality, to do things that maybe whether it's again back to those retrofits or new stormwater control measures on property. That's something that we are continuing to work on. Our thought process was that we had reduced rates down to a significant level, enough level that we could continue to work on that process as as rates may have to increase. If you'll remember early on in our presentations, we anticipate that the expected cost of full compliance with the rules could cost as much as $70 million over the next 20 years under the way the rules are currently written. And so we know that the rates that we proposed in this first fiscal year will not get us to that level of need. And so our hope was that before we were considering any kind of rate increases, that we would have a credit system in place that would not only incentivize those kind of activities, but provide those who are already doing them a break in their stormwater rates.
Yeah. I just wonder if when you're doing outreach, you should mention that as something that is not just being considered, it's being studied for future implementation.
Yes, ma'am, and I believe we've had that conversation with just about every group that we've talked to. We had a good conversation about it with Soil and Water earlier this evening, I believe, and I've had that with other groups like the folks at RTP as well. There are people who want to do good things, and we want them to do that as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Ryan, this is Wendy, and I just want to follow up on one of the points that Commissioner Reckow made. I really appreciate what you all have done, even since we adopted our budget on June 8th, and when we discussed this, I guess at the June 4th, our last budget work session. I mean, you all have obviously worked really hard and have really done your best with the meetings that you've already had with organizations and getting this presentation online and getting the survey going. But I'm really concerned because a number of things. Number one, this item came to us on June 4th, and we really didn't know a whole lot about it, and we ended up moving forward with it. But what's really impacted me in the past few weeks is hearing directly from farmers who, frankly, they are not going to watch a presentation online. They're not going to fill out an online survey because they're telling me things like, I have a flip phone and I don't do computers. I also spoke to the head of the Farm Bureau, who's also on the Soil and Water Board and the Farmland Board, and I asked him, well, would it be possible if, we could try to set up some in-person meetings through the Farm Bureau or through the Raritan clubs because, you know, what I'm hearing is that farmers are only going to come to something in person. And, you know, what I found out is they haven't met since March. I mean, you know, people are not, even though you can have 10 people in an indoor meeting, people are not meeting, and these organizations have not had in-person meetings, and they don't do virtual meetings. So I am really concerned about the reality of COVID with this particular issue. I feel comfortable with the parts of the ordinance that are related to residential property, but I really don't feel comfortable right now with the section that is related to the non-residential parcels. And part of it is the outreach, but also it's not, as Commissioner Reckow spoke about, we really were worried about having a disparate impact on our farmers. And frankly, a lot of them are going to pay for this because they live in these areas, and so they are going to pay the stormwater fee on their own, you know, residential properties. But what I'm hearing from farmers are things like, you know, I'm getting penalized for actually helping to protect our watershed, and I'm going to have to implement BMPs and be careful about nitrogen, phosphorus to comply with these rules that are going to have a financial impact to me personally on my commercial properties, and then you're going to penalize me again. And also we have a farmland, I mean, we have an active program through Soil and Water, through our open space and real estate division, where we're trying to support our farmers. And it's just contradictory to then, on the other hand, do something where we're not really listening to them or getting input from them, and we could be actually hurting them. So I guess one of my questions, Ryan, is how much of the stormwater fee right now is coming from the Section C, which is the non-residential parcels? Do we know how many exactly how many parcels that is, and how much revenue is coming from those parcels out of the overall projected amount?
Let me see if I can pull this up really quick. It's not wanting to work for me at the moment. So what I will say, and I'll tell you off, I'm not able to pull it up exactly at this moment, but I can provide you that information. What I will say, if I remember correctly, there are approximately 15,000 residential parcels in the county, and around 1,100, I want to say, non-residential parcels that we are able to, or that we are charging. The 15,000 residential parcels for FY21 total total amount was, I'm still trying to get this pulled up. Here we go. David Ades is helping me out. For residential parcels is approximately $370,000 total for 15,000 or roughly 14,000 parcels. For the additional 1,100 parcels, their billing is $444,000. So you know, we're seeing a significant, more than half of the fees are being paid by the non-single family residential, so the industrial, commercial, and other properties that are non-residential.
Mm-hmm. But out of that, how much is our farm properties out of the 1,100?
When we met with the Farmland Protection Board, our consultant did the work, or did a little bit of work. There are 624 parcels in the county that are zoned agricultural, silviculture, or forestry. 499 of those have a residence on them and are therefore being charged a residential rate, which means their maximum bill is $48 annually, and that doesn't mean all of them is that. And so that leaves 125 other parcels that were our agriculture or silviculture or forestry or horticultural. The average for, or the median charge for those is $120 per year. So roughly 5 ERUs. And then 34 of those are charged either 24 or 48, meaning they only have 1 or 2 ERUs on their property.
So you said the average is 120, which means
Yes,
it could be a lot. Yeah. And what is the total for the 125 agricultural parcels? What is the total revenue for those 125 parcels?
I believe it was around $40,000.
Okay, so that's not very much. I guess what I would like to do is to delay this to our August work session and to really get some ideas and to get some more feedback because I actually would like to hear some options for these 125 parcels, which is only bringing in $40,000 worth of revenue, because I just think this has a really disparate impact on our farmers, and they are not going to be able to have input on this. And it's I'm not going to repeat all the reasons that I already said. I personally am not ready to support this at this point because of this issue of these 125 parcels, and and because we did this quickly, we didn't really get everything that we had talked about earlier in the process. And I know it's not anybody's fault, it was because of COVID, because of the malware attack. So it's just, where we're at. But I would like to hear from other board members on this as well. And I know Heidi is on the farmland board, so would like to hear, especially from her, on this.
Well, first thing I would say is I have heard Ryan and Mackenzie present. Ryan at the Farmland Board, and then I think Mackenzie was at the EAB. I actually had to leave before she presented, but I know that they do a great job with these presentations and with really engaging with the farmers, at least those that are on the Farmland Board. It did seem like the farmers that were hearing the presentation, and also Ryan and Mackenzie prepared a one-pager to explain the whole stormwater utility fee, which I thought was really useful. And then they prepared another, I think it was maybe a 1.5-page document that just had some additional observations about it all, and also that addressed some of the concerns that Will Wilson had raised and Talmadge had raised. It did seem like those few farmers, I don't know, a dozen, whatever it is, that are on the Farmland Board, came to the realization that their fees were not going to be very high this year. Talmadge was one who was very concerned, and then he learned his was going to be $48, $24, I don't remember which it was. But Wendy, your point about all the other farmers that you've been hearing from, I actually haven't, but it sounds like you've been contacted by quite a few who feel sort of blindsided by this. I know that was a worry all along, and I just am not sure what happens if we delay. What was your thought on that, Wendy?
Well, again, I don't know. I would love to hear. Again, that's why I would want to delay it till August to see maybe Jane Corrist. We could take that $40,000 out of our open space, out of the money that we set aside for farm protection, until we can figure this out and really get input from the farmers, and also come up with a plan for them to get credit for the BMPs that they're already implementing on their properties, and some of these practices that we're trying to support. I just don't feel comfortable right now with this one piece of it. That's just my real unease for it, because again, these are people that so far that I've heard from that they just don't do computers, and they're not going to join a Zoom meeting. So, that's just, that's my feeling about it. And I don't know if there's some other place we can look. Like I said, those funds, we'd have to consult with Jane Corrist about it, and maybe there's other ideas that staff have. I don't know. We could ask for staff to come back and bring us some suggestions.
I'd be concerned, Madam Chair, that there could be an equity issue here if we exempt a category of landowners, in the sense of when you apply a fee, it needs to be based on something. So if we leave a category out, it could be a problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think that if you're concerned, we could ask the staff to maybe estimate what a possible allowance would be for credits and apply that to the farmers who aren't homeowners, and would be paying more proactively in this first year, just maybe to give them a break or a portion of what they think. Again, the fees sound relatively modest in the scheme of things. And I think at this point it's baked into our budget, so we have a sizable revenue shortfall if we don't implement. But I do think we don't want to get ourselves into trouble in terms of how we levy this fee.
If I may jump in, Commissioner Recca and Chair Jacobs, that was a concern that one of our consultants had expressed, was the legality of removing a certain class of voters. Additionally, we are attempting to limit we're attempting to kind of build in some credit for agriculture through the treating them as residential properties. Our neighbors, Granville and Person County, don't necessarily do that. They also use a gross area charge as part of their fees, meaning the larger properties pay more based on the amount of acreage they have, and so we chose not to do that as another means to be more equitable and more give more credit to our farmers by only looking at their impervious area. So our hope, and it's borne out by the fact that 500 roughly out of the 625 agricultural parcels are only going to pay a maximum of $48, whether they have a home and 12 barns and 3 greenhouses, or only a home and then the rest is pasture. And so we're trying to find a way to help out our farmers as best we can. That being said, we are also exploring those other options and looking at the things that Soil and Water has already done, some of the programs that we already that are already built in, programs that farms are already participating in. And when we ultimately develop that crediting program, that will be something that we will consider and use to apply those credits. It's also worth noting that the fee structure and the utility in and of itself is built around a model of expected costs to the county for compliance with the rules. And so if we credit one group of or take away one group and one or one type of landowner, then that doesn't necessarily remove the cost to the county, and so we may end up having to charge residential properties more, which again kind of speaks to the equity issue. of the of the utility itself.
Well, thank you, Ryan. When do you feel like you'll be able to have some type of a credit program to bring back to us? I mean, and again, the problem is that with what's going on, it's going to be difficult to get the input of the farmers on this unless we can come up with some other way instead of something virtual.
We've had, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Well, I just, like, is there a plan to literally to send some type of a letter to every single identified farm property, and then create a mechanism that they're able to communicate that's not, whether it's through the phone or just something that's not through, again, virtual. I just didn't know if you all had talked about that, sending a letter, something through the mail.
That is certainly something we can do, and our ultimate goal had been to piggyback off of the tax bills with an insert in the tax bills explaining a little more about what the bill was, what it was for, what the county would be using those dollars for. And so that was one of our things. Ultimately our original plan obviously been to have those one-on-one meetings or those in-person meetings. We had conversations earlier this evening. We participated in the Soil and Water Conservation District Board meeting that we would, hopefully with Talmadge's help, be able to reach out to more people. We strongly encourage them to reach out and use, whatever method they could to spread the word from person to person. That was, one of the things we hope to do. And again, as Inga pointed out in our presentation, we're certainly not done with our outreach and our education. That's going to continue for the next several months. There are other, ways in which we want to, continue to work with our farmers. And, we've already tried to lay some of that groundwork with the Soil and Water Conservation District by, conversations with Eddie and his group. Looking at ways we can work with farmers with these dollars collected in the utility fee to, perhaps do best management practices on their properties. We're going to look at every tool in our toolbox as we try to meet the rules, requirements, and the reduced nutrients in our watersheds. And so, that may mean that we work with farmers on stream restorations or buffer enhancements or any other of the agricultural BMPs. And I think we've already tried to start laying that groundwork with the Soil and Water Conservation District in some early conversations we had in the meeting tonight. And then, we're planning to have some more in-depth conversations with staff in the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you, Ron. I just wanted to give other commissioners, Commissioner Howard or Hill, if you had any input on this issue. Okay. Well, again, I appreciate what you're doing. I think I know that Talmadge has offered to try to help with outreach in Bahama, Redwood, Rougemont, and Bethesda in those areas. And so I do hope you'll work with him and others, because it is going to be challenging. I know we'll, if the board wants to move this forward now, then that's fine. I'm actually not going to be able to support the item because of my concerns, but we want to go back to the number 20-0309 is the item that I had pulled from our consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Howerton, and we'll have a voice vote, and we'll start with Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
And I'm going to vote no on that, so that's a 4-1 vote. Well, thank you, Ryan, and your team, and we look forward to hearing more. It'd be good to get regular updates on this, whether it's through just email, sending us a memo, and then, of course, when you have a proposal about the credit structure, it'd be great to bring that back to us. Thank you so much to you and everyone who's been working on this.
Absolutely, and it is absolutely our intent to continue to do regular updates to the board as we begin collecting fees, as we begin outlining how we're going to use the fees. We plan to do regular updates.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next item on our agenda, I believe, is the discussion of the community wellness. And let me see, I'm trying to pull it up. Discussion on the joint Durham Community Safety and Wellness Task Force. And I will just note that this was something that had actually been brought to us back in the spring, but we then dove into COVID and malware, and we're not able to continue discussing this item. The purpose of this is to, everyone has, looked at all the information, but to create a joint city, county, Durham Public Schools supported task force that would be a community task force, and to look at community-based public safety models and interventions. And it will be the joint community-led task force will be charged with examining public safety and wellness needs of Durham residents and communities, educating residents on existing safety and wellness resources, and providing recommendations for additional programs to enhance public safety and wellness by focusing on community-based prevention, intervention, and reentry services. We did start to briefly discuss it at our last meeting, but we had a very long meeting that night, so we said that we would delay it till tonight. Since that time, the school board has taken up the bylaws, and they have voted to increase their appointment to 5. They would appoint 5 community members, and then that was their one major revision, and they approved moving forward with the task force with that addition. And I just want to, I'm going to I think, turn it over to Jody, actually, because she does have one, recommendation that came out of the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee, which I serve on, and with Gudrun, related to Gudrun's recommendations that she had made. But since that time, Commissioner Reckow has worked really hard on this and also partnered with Mayor Pro Tem Jillian Johnson to come up with some excellent suggestions for revisions to the bylaws. And so I will first turn it over to you, Jody, if you could just comment on the recommendation that came out of the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee.
Yes, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. The Criminal Justice Advisory Committee had the chance to meet towards the end of June since our last discussion on this item, and we presented to them some of the ideas and feedback that our Criminal Justice Resource Center Director Gudrun Palmer had provided to the board on this particular issue. And there were sort of two areas of feedback that Gudrun had provided that the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee was supportive of. The first was looking at the bylaws in terms of community concerns and issues and not so specific on programs and services. The second item was to also look at outcomes and what type of outcomes we'd like to see in the Durham community related to these issues and concerns around public safety and wellness. And then the final piece was to make sure, as this task force moves forward and starts their work, that we align it with the expertise and experiences of some of the other groups that have been working on criminal justice issues for a number of years. One group being the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee, but we also have several other groups. Crime Cabinet comes to mind. The Sheriff Office also has his Citizen Advisory Board. We also have the Juvenile Justice Advisory Board as well. And so there's a number of groups that could be resources to the work that the task force is looking to complete within the next 2 years or so, but also making sure that the work that's happening within the task force and discussions is in alignment and partnership with those existing groups. And so with that, the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee made a motion in support and wanted it to be shared with the board this evening that they did support those feedbacks and recommendations for consideration of the task force. And with that, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Reckhout, because I know she's done some additional work on this as it relates to those items, but also how that is operationalized in the bylaws. Commissioner Reckhout?
Okay, so I appreciate that, Jody. Essentially, to build off of the good work that is already going on, much of it within county government, what we've done is we had 5 appointments, and you'll see in the revised draft that we're suggesting that 4 of our appointments use this expertise that we have. So we are suggesting that there be 1 appointee from the Durham Public Health Board, 1 appointee from the Durham Office of the Sheriff Community Advisory Board, 1 appointee from the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee, and that person be justice involved, and 1 appointment from the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, and that person be justice involved. And that would leave us then with 1 at-large appointment. But this way we feel that we'll be building off of some of the foundation that we have in our community, some of the expertise. The other change that's incorporated here is that we are suggesting the creation of a community resource panel that would assist the work of the task force to include the following members, but also with the concept that the task force could add additional members to the panel. The people we're suggesting as on the resource panel are the Durham County Sheriff, the Durham Police Chief, the Criminal Justice Resource Center Director, the Durham Public Schools Superintendent, the Public Health Director, Alliance Behavioral Health Administrator, Crisis Response Center or Family Justice Center Director, Juvenile Prevention Council Administrator, EMS Community Paramedicine Director, and the Durham District Attorney. And then the last change we're suggesting is adding Section 3 and Article 5 meetings to indicate that at the first few meetings of the task force, there should be an overview of the existing innovative and evidence-based alternative programming being utilized in Durham County to reduce the jail population, provide second chances for minor offenses, use of restorative practices and positive behavioral interventions in schools, efforts to address adverse childhood experiences or ACEs, help for the mentally ill, support for persons in need of substance abuse treatment, and provision of domestic violence prevention and intervention services. Because some of the other members to the task force may be new to the workings of our criminal justice system, and we want everyone to have a foundation on some of the very good work that's been done, particularly in the last 20 years. We have one of the best criminal justice resource centers in the state, if not the best. And our Stepping Up program's been recognized nationally as one of the leading programs. And we have many other important initiatives, reentry programs for prisoners, for people leaving the state prison system, and I could go on and on. We just want people to know about the work that's already underway so that they can build off of it, but they won't be discussing repetitive programming.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Recco. And I know this is, when you say the last 20 years, you've been a part, actually, of helping to create a lot of these programs. So thank you. And yes, I agree. We do have the best criminal justice resource center in the state and the best director, Gudrun and Palmer. And so, and we do have great things happening in Durham County government that we want to make sure that we build upon. I do want to note also that the Mayor Pro Tem has said that once we approve these, the City Council will incorporate them at their next meeting into their bylaws. So at this point, Commissioner Recco, is there anything else that you wanted to add?
No, I think that's it, unless anyone has any questions.
Okay, all right. So input and comments from other board members, because I know Commissioner Recco did send this out to everybody individually as well, and other folks made some input too.
Well, I'll go next unless Heidi would like to.
You go ahead, Brenda.
So I have quite a few questions, and I had made a request that this be put on a different agenda, but I didn't have a response back, so I just gathered that it was going to be on the agenda tonight. So first I want to make sure that I acknowledge all the people that sent in emails and how they feel about this whole issue. Health professionals, not police, are not police officers and should respond when people should not respond when people need mental health and have disability or with substance and disorder or crisis. But we've seen that happen over and over again. My son would still be alive today if we had our 911 folks trained. But what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing from this report is this is not about police. It's really about the health and well-being, because we're not responsible for the managing of the police officers. We were the county. And I also want to acknowledge Bumpus, a young man that died recently here in Durham County. And this morning, I was watching a a news special, and there were probably about 6 women, mothers, on the show, and they were talking about discussing the effect of losing their children through some interaction with police or some other kind of shootings. So I'm prefacing my conversation on that because this is an important conversation for all of us in this community. And I have some concerns that one of them is that there was a report that stated that Mayor Pro Tem said that there's been a robust communication, conversation in the community for several years. And I don't know about the rest of the board, but I have not received any of that information. The city met with us once, but we didn't have any of that information at that time. So what happened with that information that we didn't get to see that? I would like to know where that information is. Can somebody provide that? Were community surveys conducted about the task force? And who participated? I don't have any of the information that's been shared. So as we proceed with this task force, I just think there's some steps here that are not being covered, are not being taken. They're just kind of jumped past and proceeding with it. I mean, who compiled the data? I mean, has there been any data compiled? If this conversation happened in the community over several years, where is the information? Why is it not shared with the full board? That may have been shared with some members of the board, but it has not been shared with the whole board. So, and I've got some other another list of questions that haven't been answered. So what's happening? How does this impact our health department as to what's the staff? We haven't talked about what's the staff that will be impacted from the health department. Can anybody answer those questions? What's the funding amount? What's the staffing? I don't understand why we are rushing to do this when these kind of questions have not been answered.
So, sure, Howard, and I'll try to respond to some of what you said. It was over a year ago that each of us received a copy of the Beyond Policing report that, came out of a lot of work in the community, Durham Beyond Policing. And I believe that report was, and a lot of the community members who were involved with a lot of work that went into that report laid the groundwork for this current, it's evolved over time, and this is the latest evolution now. But that from my understanding, is really the roots of this. And, I think that the urgency of this is now rooted in what we see has been happening, in our community and in our country over the past number of weeks. And I can say also for me, I've been co-chairing the Durham Directors Group now for almost 8 years with the superintendent. And one of the issues that's come out of the Durham Directors Group over the past few years is that we don't have a coordinated crisis response in Durham. And it really came out during McDougal Terrace, when we had something happening and, you know, people were just scrambling. And of course some of the community violence as well that we've had, and just, and to be honest, the Durham directors, we tried many times. Gail Harris tried to lead it, but people, you know, it's just staff didn't have the bandwidth to try to get this going. And I think this is really a great opportunity to engage our whole community in this discussion. We do have so many wonderful resources in Durham, but they're not really coordinated, and we don't really have a real crisis response that's non-law enforcement. You know, and so this, when you say how much is it going to cost, I think that's going to be part of the work of this task force. I think back to the model we have with our pre-K task force, and that also, you know, met for about 18 months. It was community-led, and, you know, they came back with a report for us, but they didn't know exactly how much it was going to cost at that point. And then there was a subsequent study after that. But this may be related, you know, the outcome of this, whatever recommendations they come up with, may be, you know, redistributing some of the current funding that we have in Durham County government and in Durham City government and in Durham Public Schools, using that money in different ways to support the outcomes that is, you know, that are identified as different ways to support health and wellness and safety in our community. So it may be redistributing funding, it may be additional funding, but we're really not going to know that until, you know, this work gets done.
Chair Jacobs, they're just, you know, it just concerns me how we arrive at decisions. If you look at the city council, you have two African American, a male and female, did not vote for this because they weren't involved in the process. And here, my board do the same thing, that I am the only Black woman on this board, and again, not involved in the process. This is another example of decisions being made about the people that are not involved in the process. So we talk about equity, and I believe that the community is crying out for something different than what we're doing. And what they're crying out, one of the things they're crying out for is that people don't continue to make decisions for them without them involved. So I really want something different than what we're doing right now. And this ain't it. There's a case that this ain't it. Rather than this isn't it. I know correct English, but this ain't it. When where's the feedback from the sheriff? That's part of the process as well. Tonight we've heard how many people say they don't want the sheriff to be on this committee. And from what I can tell, it's set up to be top heavy from not community people. And I think the community want community people, it to be led by the community. So finally, I can't vote for something that I feel that it's set up to fail. And I think there's a better way to proceed rather than just, I mean, just because the city said they're ready to move doesn't mean that the county has to jump on board. without, unless we have all the information.
So, Commissioner Harmon, I don't really understand when you say it's top-heavy, when the members of the task force are going to be members of the community. There'll be 15 community members who are on the task force. That is the membership of going to be the membership of the task force. It will be members of the community.
This list gives me from the sheriff to the district attorney. That's the community resource panel.
They're not on the task force. They're just resources.
Well, the other list also listed elected officials. So why are elected officials going to be on the task force?
There will be no elected officials on the task force.
That's not what the list says.
Community members.
It's not what
if you look at, I don't know what document you're looking at. There are no elected officials on the task force.
Madam Chair,
all community members.
I'm telling you what I see. So you go, yeah, take a vote and go ahead. I vote no.
But Commissioner Recko, do you want to clarify? Because there seems to be confusion about what's being proposed.
So the city would get 5 appointments, and they are outlined. Pull that up. So the city would be filling their 5 appointments with 1 person with expertise in public policy, 1 person with expertise in community organizing, 1 justice-involved person, and 2 at-large people. Then we're appointing 4 citizens that happen to serve on related boards that we feel will help with, in terms of some grounding in what's going on in the community. So 1 community member from public health, 1 community member from the Sheriff's Community Advisory Board, 1 community member who is justice involved but also serves on the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee, and 1 community member who's justice involved and also serves on the Juvenile Crime Prevention Council, and then 1 at large. And then the Board of Education is going to have 5 now appointments. And I don't know exactly what the breakout's going to be, but they're going to have some with expertise in education and some who are under 25.
Yeah, I know I'm not crazy that what I'm reading here is ex officio members.
That's
Durham City.
That's the old version. So the new version, all the staff.
So I know what I was seeing. So you've changed that.
Yeah. The clerk of our board sent out a revised document around 9:30 this morning. And so the community resource panel are all these various people with expertise in health and mental health and schools and the police chief and the sheriff and criminal justice. But they will not be on the task force. They will be available as resources to the task force.
So when it says public health,
if you hit refresh,
if you say public health board chair or designee, so it's not saying the chair of the public health.
No,
board.
It's just a member of the public health board. So just public health board appoints 1 person.
If you hit refresh on your...
I'm reading what you have here. Chair
it got changed. There was a lot of feedback and discussion. I got feedback from board members. I got feedback from the city council member I was working with, and staff weighed in, and we ended up with these changes. it was a group effort.
Maybe if you hit refresh, it will show up on the iLegislate. And you also sent it out, email to everyone last night, I think.
Yeah, I did send an email out last night, that's right, with the revision.
It won't show up on my legislate won't work, so it's not working. I'll have to take it down to the county.
If you look in your county emails, Brenda, you'll find it. I sent it out late afternoon, early evening last night.
I'm looking for it. So that we don't hold up everybody, I just have a hard time understanding why the rush. The other thing is, how do you pull, what does it mean for staff? How many, is it staff people that's going to have to manage themselves around this, or is it all going to be community led?
The way the bylaws were written by the city, the expectation is that there will not be dedicated staff and that the task force is going to largely function themselves. It says it is anticipated that from time to time the task force may require collaboration with city administrative staff to support the task force, is what it says.
Okay, I just want to give Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Hill a chance to chime in because it's already 10:15, and we do have a closed session tonight as well. Any comments from Commissioner Hill, Commissioner Carter?
I was sort of waiting to see if James wanted to go, but I'll go ahead and just quickly say that.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. You know, I think that we've heard from at least 100 people past couple of days asking us to approve this community safety and wellness task force. And then before that, there was that good group of people that did the work on beyond policing, and that's one of its major recommendations was to have a community safety and wellness task force. And I think with the bylaws that came from the city were good, and we've made them a little better. You know, I think we've added a little more specificity and a little strength, and I just don't know why we wouldn't want to sort of do an assessment and uplift the good work already being done in Durham, and to research other communities' efforts to see, you know, how else we might invest in proven community-led public safety. And so I'm fully ready to support this, and I'm happy to make the motion to do so after James has a chance to speak.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hill?
Sure. I've heard a lot of what everyone's had to hear say tonight. I've heard a lot of people from the community who absolutely want to move this forward, and I think in theory it's a good idea. However, there are people in our community also that that are, I just say, disappointed that the sheriff and the police chief have been excluded. We have two African Americans who are who are making great strides in law enforcement in our community, trying to keep our community safe. We don't have any kind of rabid police union, thank God, in Durham. I don't even like putting those two words together, police union. But we have sober and professional law enforcement executives here who have done a really good job. They've worked with our DA, and they've changed the atmosphere, I think, of law enforcement here in Durham. And to exclude them, I don't know. It just doesn't seem reasonable. I hear a lot of people who live in higher crime areas in Durham who say, yeah, we want police, but we want better trained police. We want police to treat us with respect. We want we want to make sure that when we call police, we're not going to increase the problem. But we do need some form of law enforcement. And I agree. If with some people with their statements, if you want someone for a drug overdose, right, you don't necessarily need someone there with a gun. If you want someone to ask your neighbor to cut down their stereo because they're playing the music too loud, you may not need a police officer. But what happens, and 9 times out of 10, if you have a community member come to them and ask them to turn down their music, they're going to comply and everything's going to be fine. But what happens on that 10th occasion when they say, screw you and I'm not doing it, and, they escalate things. What do you do then? I don't see anyone here on this panel who's dealt with that kind of situation and who knows how to deal with it. So just, I like I said, in theory, I agree with this, but I would want the sheriff and the police chief to be included. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you. And, and just to reiterate that the focus of this effort is on community-based prevention, intervention, and reentry services. And, again, what we are including and what has been agreed upon as well on the city, Mayor Pro Tem has been working with Commissioner Reckow, that there will be a place for, on the resource panel. So for all different areas of expertise in our community. And so I think we are addressing that. I'm excited about this effort. And, there are a lot of great models out there that I'm excited for us to look at. I'm sure a lot of people have heard about the CAHOOTS crisis response effort happening in Eugene, Oregon, and there's a lot of other things happening that I'm excited for our community task force to look at. So with that, I will ask.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
One more thing I'd like to say, thank you, is that just like Commissioner Hill, I am in support of this in essence. I just don't believe that all of the information has been shared with the entire board. And that always puts a wrinkle in things when everybody's not on the same page. So that's always a sticking point when you don't have the information to be able to make the decisions. So so we've got this gap here that continue to do that. And I wish the board could understand that you can't ask people to make decisions if all the information is not there. Because truly what James just said about people showing up with guns, that if someone's in a mental health crisis, if they're not harming themselves or anyone else, they don't need police to show up. And we are responsible for those things, for mental health when people are not healthy. So I think there's a way to do this. I've been reading Obama's toolkit. There are a lot of different ways to make this happen, but you can't just give half of the information and not the rest of it.
Well, I'm not sure what information you're referring to, because the only information I've had is the Beyond Repolicing report and also what Commissioner Reckow has shared yesterday, and that she was sent many emails about, and any other information that we had gotten that was included in our agenda packet. So that's there's no other information right now. I think we are just understanding that that's going to be partly the work of the task force to bring forward, to look at what the possibilities are, assess them, and to make recommendations. So I think if anybody wants to make a motion at this point, again.
Yes, I'm concerned, Madam Chair, about the unreadiness. Commissioner Howerton, is it just that some changes got made in the last day and a half that has you concerned, or do you just? I understand Commissioner Hill probably, seems like he may not want to move in this direction at all. But what about you? Is it the fact that you didn't receive the information in a timely manner in your mind? Because we could hold it up for 2 weeks.
Well, Ellen, I sent a request to the chair to have this put on a different date, hold it up, take it off of the agenda tonight, and let's have a conversation, because I had some unreadiness and it wasn't responded to. Or that we had to have the board to vote on it, even taking it off the agenda tonight, because I'm just not ready.
Let me clarify my position a little more. I do, like I said, I thought I made that clear, that I do support this in theory. It's just that there are 2 people who've been excluded from the task force, and if those people were included, I'd be more inclined to support this. But however, the way it's set up right now, I don't.
Yeah, so originally I proposed at them as ex officio, along with a number of other criminal justice leaders. So they would have been members of the task force, but non-voting. The compromise that ended up getting worked out with the city was to move them to a resource panel. But I would hope and expect that they still would be involved, hopefully attending meetings and be engaged, because I agree with you, James. I feel as though this will work the best if we take a Big Ten approach, and if these new initiatives that are very much health focused and proactive and et cetera, are also developed in a way to assure that all that people are safe, because there may be a domestic violence call, and we need to get some people with therapeutic knowledge out, but they may not want to go out without someone who can protect them. And so I just think that in the end, a lot of our solutions will require cross collaboration. So that's why it's the key players are involved. They're listed there as players associated with this effort, and to be resources for the committee.
Yeah, they will be, yeah. And,
So,
Commissioner.
so how does the board feel if we put this off till August? And come up with some resolution here, because
I'm ready to move forward tonight. I think that what Commissioner Reckow has worked on in collaboration with lots of stakeholders over the weekend really addresses all the concerns, and I know that people are ready to start working on this and start moving on this. This is a huge priority for our community, and I don't think that waiting another 2 weeks till our August work session is going to. I think we have an excellent proposal here that I'm ready to move forward now. But
Madam Chair, you are one vote. Do you want to continue? We can vote on it. Do you want? Let me finish. Do you want to continue to move down this line that you're always moving on racial lines here? Do you want to always keep splitting this board this way? You don't have to do that if you just give it a minute.
Let me just clarify. Commissioner Hill, do you want to move forward on this tonight or not?
Again, I'm going to make myself clear for the third time. I would like 2 people added to the task force. And if they're not going to be added, I'm going to vote no. If they're added, I will probably vote yes.
So if they're on the resource panel, you're not, because this is a community task force.
If they're on the task force, if they're voting members of the task force, I will vote yes.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm uncomfortable having our 2 African American members being unready. I'd like to give it a few more weeks to see whether we can come up with something that's sad. I mean, I worked to try to get to where I thought people would be more comfortable, but if they're still not comfortable, I guess I'm willing to take a deep breath and see whether we can get people comfortable.
Okay, so we can delay it to our August work session, and if we don't have a majority of board members that don't want to vote on it tonight, and so it sounds like it's 3 members who don't want to, so we will delay it. Okay.
It is interesting because some of the things we're going to be discussing may or may not be able to be changed. I mean, yes, we could put the sheriff and the police chief on, but then others of us would vote against it. So I don't know, that one element should not be the holdup. And I've been struggling to try to figure out what information we would bring next time that we don't already have now. But I mean, I am whatever, happy to do either one. Wait, vote tonight, whatever.
Yeah, I think the point is that this was specifically meant to be a community-based task force, not with elected officials on it, not with department heads or staff, and it's really supposed to be rooted in that, and also to be based on non-law enforcement oriented solutions, and trying to look at ways to redirect resources in the way we do things, and to ultimately, of course, work in partnership, because as Commissioner Reckow said, these programs have to work in partnership. For instance, the Cahoots program, from the little I know about it, when there's a crisis, if it's a domestic violence crisis, that law enforcement may show up with the Cahoots team, and if it's a non-violent situation, then is determined, then law enforcement will leave. So there, of course, there's going to be the need to work together in situations like that. That's a given. But I know, Commissioner Hill, that the City Council will not, they won't move forward with your suggestion. So, that's just, that's already been expressed to us. So, that's the situation that we're in. And, but, if we want to wait for another 2 weeks, and Commissioner Howerton, if you want to take a look at the latest version that was sent out over the course of the day yesterday, and you have some further suggestions for that, that's fine. And then we can take it back up, at our August work session.
That's fine. If it was sent out yesterday afternoon, maybe it got lost in all the emails we had today with evaluations from 9 o'clock until we got off at 2. So maybe it just got filtered down through the emails of evaluations. And so I'd be glad to look at that and see if that's answering my questions that I've asked.
Okay. So, and Commissioner Recca, if you could just send directly the latest version that everybody agreed on directly to Commissioner Howerton, just so she doesn't have to look for that.
Okay.
That would be good.
When you say everybody agreed on, who's the everybody?
Well, Commissioner Recca would talk to, I shouldn't say everybody, but she got input. She asked for people for input, and she incorporated the input that she received. So, everybody who had responded when she asked for input. Okay, so we will delay this until our work session, and then Monica texted me that we actually did not vote on the stormwater ordinance. So we just voted on the budget amendment that I had pulled. So we actually need to go back to that item and vote on that. So my apologies for that. Is that right, Ryan? Can you clarify?
Yes, it appears that you voted on the budget item, which was the consent agenda item that you pulled, but did not vote to approve the stormwater ordinance, which was within the item we discussed.
Okay, all right. So we need a motion and a second for that.
So I would move that we adopt the revised stormwater utility ordinance.
Okay. And do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Reckow, seconded by Commissioner Howerton. And we'll take a voice vote, starting with Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
And I'm a no. So that's a 4-1 vote. Okay, so last item is our boards and commission items. And I will turn that over to you, our clerk, Monica, and to our attorney, Will Seiler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Lowell, thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
For the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board, you could select one individual, and you selected Donna Leptis. For the Board of Adjustment, you could select one person, and you've selected Michael Durant. For the Criminal Justice Advisory Committee, you can select two individuals, and you've selected Deborah Williams and Amelia Davis. For the Department of Social Services, for the DSS board, you can select one person. You selected Janice Hall. For the Durham Convention Center Authority, you could select one person. You selected Alice Sharp. For the Durham County Women's Commission, you could select one person and you selected Kristen Allen. And those are the results of your votes.
All right, thank you so much. Our board is now requested to adjourn into closed session.
Madam Chair, can I ask one favor, please?
No, you can't. I'm just kidding. Yes, you can.
Before you, I sent you an email during the course of the meeting.
Oh,
you may
okay.
not have seen it.
Okay.
But I need to add some additional language to the end of what you normally read, since there is active litigation involved. And I need you to add the following language, if you will, please.
Okay.
And just at the end, just add to include a discussion of the following lawsuit.
Oh, wait a second. Let me write this down. Okay. All right. Okay, to include the following lawsuit. Okay.
Durham County versus Amerisource Bergen, B-E-R-G-N, Amerisource Bergen Drug Corporation, comma, ETAL, which means and others, and add this citation, 1:19 CV 00491.
Okay, and if I didn't get it right, you'll correct me.
Yes, I will.
When I.
Yes, I will.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, let me go back to. Oh boy. All right. Okay. The board is requested to adjourn into closed session to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3, and to include the following lawsuit: Durham County versus Amerisource Bergen Drug Corporation, BTAL, 1:19CB 00.
CB.
Oh, D.
No,
D,
V is
okay.
Victor.
Oh, V.
Yes.
V.
Yes.
B.
V is a Victor.
Okay, 1:19VB 00491.
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. It's 1:19 C as in cat, V as in Victor, 00491.
Okay, so 1:19CV 00491.
Correct.
Do I have a motion? I mean.
So moved.
Yes. Second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Reckhouse, seconded by Commissioner Howerton, and voice vote, Commissioner Carter.
Okay.
Commissioner Hill.
Maybe. Can I vote maybe? Yeah.
Commissioner Reckow.
Yes.
Commissioner Howerton,
Yes.
and I'm a yes, a willing, reluctant yes too. Okay.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, what is the estimated amount of time that the staff thinks we need for this discussion? Because we may have to, unfortunately, extend the meeting beyond 11.
Right. Actually, I think we probably do need to do that right now. So let's, right, Attorney Seiler, yes?
My guess would be 20 to 30 minutes. Let's say 30 minutes to be on the safe side.
Okay,
So
well, why don't we just...
I'll move that we extend the meeting to 11:30 if needed.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Reckham, seconded by Commissioner Hill. And all those in favor, Commissioner Howerton.
Yes.
Now,
Commissioner Hill.
Yes.
Commissioner Carter.
No. I'm serious. I don't see any reason to have a meeting go until 11:30. I'm voting no.
Okay. And I'll vote yes with the intent that hopefully we'll be done by 11:15. Okay, and so we are 4-1 vote on extending the time, and we are unanimously going to adjourn. And please follow the instructions that Monica sent us for the closed session.
Madam Chair, can I clarify one thing? You all did actually vote on the going into closed session, did you not?
Yes.
We did.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
So just before we do that, we've got 2 closed sessions here. Which one are we using?
You've already approved it.
The link. No, I'm talking about the link to click on. We've
Oh,
got
I see.
2.
Okay.
And can you tell us?
There should have only been one. It may be 2, but it's only one link. The first one I sent out had an incorrect date, and I updated the date, but the link is still correct.
Okay, thanks. Okay.
My apologies.
Okay, thank you. So I think that was about 5:54 today. Was that the time?
I believe it was. If you have an issue, I can definitely resend the email.
Okay, Jake, you can go ahead and follow.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. Okay. Anybody else, please go home. You are home, but please have a good rest of your night. Thank you. Okay, we have given direction to staff, and I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Carter, seconded by Commissioner Hill. We'll take a voice vote. Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And wait, I think Commissioner Howerton also just joined. Commissioner Howerton, we're voting to adjourn.
Okay, what you need?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and I'm an aye, so we are unanimously adjourned. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you, Monica. Go home, Monica. Thank you all.
Welcome.
Okay.